think I gotta continue the ocean walk over here. Down. Ooh. Hey, how's it going? Trying to decide if I want to work on the prison building or finish the walkway over here. I think I should finish the walkway. Make sure I'm not getting monsters constantly. I have to pick up all this core wood. Oh. Oh. I have to come up with a plan for how to decorate the wall too. Oh, so much wood out here. Hmm. Let's see. I'm gonna put a box right over here to put everything in. Okay. Hey, there's a gray dwarf. Where did he come from? Hmm. Put a torch in here. Great. Yeah, I think do the walkway. Inventory's filling up so quick. Oh man, so quick. And the way the copper light, or the light hits those copper ones is wild. Man, has a lot of wood. Yeah, not bad. I don't know where those guys came from. Oh, there's a gap here. Maybe I have to look and see if I can find a mod that helps me find spawnable ground to be able to get rid of spawnable spaces. I think that's everything. There's a little more. Why is it always gonna be raining? Oh, inventory is full again. Let's see. All right. Almost done. Cool. All right. I think we'll do the ocean walkway. I'm gonna need stone for that. Alright. Go put this down so that I have access to bring more stone over. Running low on stone. Drop the stone in here. Oh, got another stone table. Probably check and make sure that the smelter is smelting away. I'd really need the iron to start smelting too. Okay. Bruh. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know how to get. Alright. Do this. And then that's on level ground. Stand by my thumb. This one, and I think it's time to go. Double check, but I'm pretty sure that's how it's lined up. One block underneath. Almost. Oh, out of range of a workbench. Cool. I keep always do already pulling me already into my I know exactly how that you cut me off. Gave up who I for who you wanted to be. Don't know. What if I went in from this corner? Take that down. This is Valheim. It's kind of like Viking exploration and building. A little bit more than like a Viking Minecraft. It's got a little bit more going on. Currently building this walkway around the ocean. Keep monsters from coming around, getting into my property. Might do... I think what I might do is stairs on the interior. Let me do this. Oh, missed. Oh, I'm out of range of stonecutter. Crap. I don't have the stuff for another stonecutter. Let me get back over there. There we go. Oh, missed. Almost perfectly lined up. That's pretty good. 1,000 miles away. Okay. About this one. Uh, oh. Hmm. There should probably be an exit here somewhere. Maybe multiple. Do one here. We'll do one here. And we'll do one here. There we go. Oh, I might need to go farm some Grosty. Hmm. Oh, wrong. Might be fun. Real happening. Hmm. Oh, here we go. You can wake up. Get on. Um, I think we might just keep it too wide here. I think I'll go 3 wide just so that I can have some path on the backside. Peace. Hello. Working on walkway on the edge of the ocean here. Trying to decide if I want to have any spots where I can pop up out of there or not. Dragon. Oh, going that far. Come on, do what I want. I'm sorry, I don't speak Russian. I only know English. Dragon. There we go. Trying to even out all this walkway. This is called Valheim, the like, Viking exploration sandbox type game. Oh, I broke my tool. So they're kind of like Minecraft in that you can build kind of whatever you want. There's, you know, some limitations, but this also has like a full-on story that you can just participate in the linear story and then be done with it if you want. But it does have a huge sandbox to it. Great game. Find me in the sea. Currently, I'm building a walkway along the edge of the ocean, and then I'm going to raise some dirt on this side to meet up with it. And then I'm not sure how I want to do it yet, but I gotta have everything meet up in here. I think I probably need to have some inner walls here just to help with the supports. Yeah, that should be fine. I go like this. Oh, I'm out of stone over here. Oof. Thank you. I try to be nice. I've had some people come in and not be very nice, so those people got timed out or banned. But that's pretty rare. Let's surprised that, oh, I guess, yeah, there is a workbench there. I need more stone, so I have to go over, drop stuff off, and get more stone. I am 40. I just turned 40 in January. Boy, repair tools and then grab more stone. Should still have. Oh, I only got one. Yeah, 2 boxes of stone left. Oof. Alright. Let me do this. Do I have more Grostine at home? No. I'll have to get more Grostine to be able to finish this. Wow. Fiery lab. Let's do. And do this. I think I'll go this way. this. Me trying to make sure that the stone has enough support here when I finish this flooring. There we go. Display them. Oh. And there we go. And then this one I should be able to go over the top of. Oh, let me do. Let me try this first. Oh, I forgot. This needs solid. There we go. Then I'll put this right there. Oh, great. The swamp. There we go. Well, they can't get up here, so I can kind of just stand here and wait for them to go away. I did not expect to just punch that bird. Wonder if that bear's gonna live or die. Bear running. Oh, bear died. Smell is gone. Oh, but there's tons of blobs still. There we go. All the blobs are dead now. Ooh. Shut up. I think that I might make this a taller thing. I should probably make it taller. See what I can do. I think I can probably go one higher. Yeah. If I cap out right there. Can be filled in. Yeah, that's maxing it out though. Come on. Do this. There we go. There we go. Missed. How far can I take those? Oh, that'd be too much. Probably go one more. Yeah. Do this. Yeah. What we gotta show there. There we go. Okay. Alright. If I go like this. Oh, do I want just a singular gap in between? Or I guess it should probably be like this. I think that's good. Oh, wait. Shouldn't be like that. Oh, that one did not want to exist any further. Uh-oh. I might have to bring some iron supports in there. Yeah. Wait, oh, let me do this. Bulletproof. Fire. Ricochet. Take your fire. Down. Okay. I think that looks pretty good. Bones, maybe. Bones. Bulletproof. Nothing to. I think we'll go like this. Oh. Boy. Oh, hello, Deathsquito. Gotcha. Go like this. This piece of stone did not want to continue. There we go. Oh, I'm out of range of stone. We do this. Yeah, that looks good. Ooh. Oh, better, much better. Oh. Oh, it's a 1-star seeker. Got him. Alright, let me do this. Take this out just a little bit all the way around. Oh, stamina. I need to go get a rusted buff. Oh. Go repair stuff. A lot of ooze. Meats. Okay, no, that was it. But it wasn't good enough, so we're trying one more. Maybe we're trying. Should probably call the Loxes again. there's a bunch of them. Come on, ask. Come on, ask. Oh my god. Put that away. Go drop the lox meats. I have too much meat. Hoopy. I hate it. Is that something so cute? Copper. I burned through all the flaw metal and E-tier that I had. I'm gonna have to go get Grosstein, which I think means that I need to take the stuff to build a ram out there. I have flaw metal and ashwood. I probably don't have the Surtling cores out there. Might though. I do this though. I'm gonna put away this one. Grab this one. We'll do those three. Yeah, wood. Alright. On with the catapult. Holy crap. Come on. Fall apart. Come on. Almost there. Okay, we got fuel in the boxes. crap. Oh my god. Yep, this is Ashlands. Oh. I guess maybe I should always have healing potions too. I think I'll put some healing potions. Free foods. Am I really not rested here? I was in the one spot that I wasn't getting rested. Alright. Potion. Run speed buff. Yep. Alright, go back out there. Patience. Oh. Okay. Hello, Morgan. Ow. Oh. Always when you... Well, at least it's pretty quick to gather the materials that I need. There we go, yeah. Dead bird. Some terrible life. Oh, man, it sucks when sitting hurts. Oh, whoa, whoa. Well, at least this is making really quick work of Grosstein collection. Yeah, that's a good helping of Grosstein already. That was just one boulder thing. Yeah, that's one full inventory of Grosstein. I didn't even have to try very hard. Oh, some more stuff over here I could grab. You'll be the showgirl of the home team. I'll be the narrator. Came from crowd. Whoa. Ram is doing its gerb. take a breath, don't it sound so weak? Walking. Ooh, those birds just fell over. Oh, already full. Wow. Already full again. That's so good. Hopes were living, shooting for the stars when I couldn't make it. There we go. Oh, Mama said, "Give her your breakfast, be something great." Gotcha, bitch. Alright, a little heavy already. But I can grab. Cool. Got all those goodies. Thought I heard a vulture. Go drop off all of this stuff. Oh man. Come here. Come here. You what? Okay. Just dirt. Ooh, that's a lot of costing. The door on the side of the house is open, right? The screen door? Oh, okay. Are you planning on taking him to the doctor, or you want me to? Well, I got a bunch of Grosstein. Drop this stuff here. Try and carry every non-Grosstein thing that I can. Almost there. Oh, need to restock. Like we're finally down to iron again. Put away all the Grosstein. Oh, let's get stone first. Sure, I should say this because help with this budget. It remains as a post-traumatic stress and or my suppressant range. Hello, yeah. You do. Get all the Grosstein put away. Finish the ocean walk. Alright. Almost there. We got, I think, 3 boxes of Grosstein. Alright, Grosstein. Boop. All that. Okay, I'm gonna be very full on Grosstein now. Overflow Grosstein can go here for now. Oh, go put this other stuff away that I don't need. And under your bed. I'm the Walking Dead. Fucking. Let me put these potions away that I don't need for now. Goes on and on, let this go. Never know we're hypnotized. Put away the ashwood and put the bones in the garbage box. Zombified. That's a formaldehyde. So, your zombified. Everybody. Okay. I know we're hypnotized. Nothing. back of my... There we go. Go like this. What do you... Look at me. Damn it. Oops, I ain't doing. Just another day. Amazing that those aren't lined up like at all. Right in the back of my mind, it'll feel run down my neck. Need some stone. We'll do the grafting since I can. You look close, I'm doing alright. As we go up in that turns. Great shot for a while. Straight to that one. Turns again. Great shot there. Great shot there. Turn again. Go. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. This is gonna be too big. If I do 2, it's too small. Guys. See. 3. 3. Oh, okay. 3 and 3 is a fit. Interesting. That works. Three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. One, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Have fun. myself. Let me grab some stone. Stone. All right. I think I'll do one more. Here am I. This 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3. I have this. I do well. I can't find what you did up. Wait, I haven't now. Yes. Can't believe. What you do to me? Zoom in a little so I can see what I'm doing. What you do to me? I can't believe what you do to me. Go like this. Let's do this. Let's do down path like this. I don't think I want to put a gate on this side. I think I'd rather just wait and have a walkway from here that goes around. Oh, that's the wrong one. This one is what I want. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, of course I don't have a rested buff anymore. Come on. Oi. We do everything. I think what we're gonna do is use the big wall and just do it like this. There we go. Come on. Like that. Pull another stitch on the... Honey, you've got no idea. There. And then... I think... I'll do this one. I'm the worst you've ever had. There we go. This looking nice. Don't know if I'll think of anything that should be out here, but we'll see eventually. Oh, need to bring this up some. Let's do this, and then let's add it down. Only do it. Last night, I don't know. Here. And then now we'll just do single pathing up the rest of the way. Except I need to bring a stone bench with me, I guess. Except it should be, there we go. Never see coming with crowd. Let's do pine tree here and a fir here. I'll put a bush here, blow mushroom, couple thistles, red mushroom. 6. Oh, out of mushrooms over here. That's right. Oh my god. They're just piling up over here. That's stupid. Let me present. I don't have the stuff on me for wisp torches over here. I don't know how I'm in range of wisps and not Yogurt Sillywood, but that's right. Let's do this. We're gonna do a couple flybys, I think. want to get rid of like all of the visible stuff that is not part of the build. Oh, gonna have to put that back because I did that in the wrong order. Alright, we're gonna do a flyby. Switch to OCam. We're gonna do secondary wall. We're gonna run this, then I'll be right back. Oh, that one's so fast. That one piece of stone broke again. Still moving faster than I want it to. Hmm. Oh, fucking. Um. On setting, cinema path, playback speed. Go with 5. Why is 5 still so fast? Oh. Okay, let me try this one more time. Okay, let's see if this works now. Whoa. Oh, go this way. So I made it. Where can I get up from? I guess the earliest place to get up is the church basement. Oh, did I leave anything in this box here? Oh, yeah, a ton of copper, okay. A revolver. It's been decided how we lose. I'm gonna put this in here. Alright. Let me duck in here real quick. And we'll try running it again. See if it's slow this time. Because I think it just has been ignoring what I'm doing. Okay, that's fine. Do this. Wall flyby, run. That is so fast. Why is it ignoring the speed I set? Hook gen, is that even installed? Nope, that's installed. Emptiness machine. Okay. I don't know why that one goes so fast. Maybe it's the distance between. I don't know. There's no settings here for speed. See, this one's running incredibly slow. Man, I don't understand why this mod is not working the way that I want it to work. Oh. Ugh. Make the mundane a master. Oh, picking me. Daughter, don't you lay me down, dead and buried. You got me kissing the ground. Sanctuary. Well, I guess what I could do is try and manually alter the times between the checkpoints. Oh, my life, I do ya. Breathing takes my breath away. Hey, hey, hey. At your altar, I will play. I'm gonna use the restroom while this one runs. Up here back. Sorry, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm getting flustered by this mod that doesn't seem to want to do what I want it to do. We're gonna try and save this as a different set of settings. Okay. Wide wall. It's... Yeah, it's... So it's complicated, but it's not. It's, So essentially, the guy that designed this, he made it to where your character... When you use the cinematic camera thing, your character will go, like, invisible God mode kind of thing. And then your character will fly along this path. And so you save these waypoints, and like inside all of this data, it knows what direction your camera is looking. So it'll go from here and it'll pan over and it'll rotate to whatever you were looking at. And then it'll go to the next point. And it just follows the path all the way around. There's a setting here. There's a setting here for, I don't know why he did it this way, but there's a setting for changing the playback speed, and by default it was set to 10. And so I've set it to 1 and run the camera, but the issue is that it seems to be kind of saving randomly, because some of the stuff, when I run the camera, it will go super slow, and then some of it goes incredibly quick, and I'm not sure why. And then I've tried manually changing those settings, and it doesn't seem to want to save. So it's confusing. And the problem is that whoever the guy is that wrote the thing, whoever created that mod, he created it a couple years ago, and now there hasn't been any updates. So I'll show you. It's really cool. Let me do a short one. Here. This is the blacksmith's building. Okay. So this is like a medium speed that I set it to when I initially did this. And this speed ended up working out really well. And I don't know why, but in my newer flyby, that's the other area I was working on, for some reason it just zooms and it moves so fast that there ends up often being like a little hiccup in loading, where like, see, like even this right now, this is a little fast, which makes me feel like it's properly adjusting for the playback speed that I set here. But playback speed is set to 1, so it should have been slower than that. I don't know what. I don't understand, and I don't know programming, so it's not like I can fix that. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like, here, if I do... This one's going to say the same as this one. Delete that one. So, like, this one here. Oop, didn't mean for that. So you can see the pathing here. Okay, starts out here, goes around, goes back up that way. That should be fine. And that one moves really slow. Like this first camera position is 16 seconds. But for this one, for some reason, it's just incredibly slow. And then there's a reset option, which seems to make it like recalculate the speed based on the setting. But it doesn't save that setting. Like when I go through and I hit reset on all that, these are all too fast, or way too slow. So if I change the setting from 1 to, let's do 5. Reset this. Oops. Reset that. See, now it switched back to 6 seconds. I guess that's I guess 6 seconds is fine. So if I reset all of these, I'm resetting one by one for 12 different things. but it doesn't seem to save, even though it presumably should. It's weird. Yeah, and so like the feeling of the camera speed was one of the issues I've had with this, because like the first time I used the software, or this mod, it was purely exterior, and I was moving over long distances. So you see how fast this is moving? This is definitely not going based on the speeds that it just showed me in the settings. So this is moving, like, this doesn't look bad, but because it's moving so fast, it's going to get like a little stutter right there, see? Because it's moving far enough that it has to load the world. And because it's moving so fast, it's causing it to like hesitate and stutter, versus if it was moving a bit slower. Plus, I wish it was moving just slightly slower for the vibe of it. But I don't know why it seems to not save properly. I wish, honestly, that it would save the speed that I have when I'm like controlling and setting the camera settings, instead of trying to, change the setting. I don't know, it's weird. It's like, I like it, but it's weird, and it makes for problems, because like all of these speeds just reset themselves. They should have been much slower. And if I try overwriting, as soon as they hit load again, the settings are no longer saved. So it's just irritating. Yeah. It's not quite doing what I want. The problem is that there's nobody for me to contact about changing the mod, because like the website that hosts the mods doesn't have any way for you to send messages to yeah, so I can't contact the guy, so it's all problematic. But it works great for a lot of things. So the reason that I started doing the cinematics was so that I could do like a cinematic time lapse. As an example, I'll show you this area out here. Here, I'll just fly the camera. So I had set a long time ago, before I built, like more than a month ago, before I built any of this stuff out here, before I even built this wall, I had started from up here and like ran a camera this direction, and over here where you see this big oak tree, this was where I had a boat building platform. The idea being that, the people of this village, the city, had an area where they built boats. But then I ended up building this big walkway here, and I was like, okay, I kind of blocked the ability to take boats to the ocean that used to be, a simple walkway here. So I was like, it didn't make sense to have a boat building area over here once I blocked it off. So I ended up destroying all of that and rebuilding, and built this like open air market, like a farmer's market kind of vibe. And so I had set the camera up to record a cinematic path of the boat builder section. So I did that, and then once I started changing it, I kept running the camera. Like after I would change, a handful of things, build a thing, build a few things, whatever, I would run the camera again. And so in my editing software, I've got like a fade in that happens a few times throughout the video. It fades into the newer and newer content as it goes, so that it can be this cool like time-lapse thing. And that's why I keep running the cameras, the various areas as I build stuff so that I can put it all together in a time-lapse. Thank you. It's taken a lot. I was thinking, I used to play World of Warcraft for many, many years. I was thinking about taking another section of the world and building the city of Stormwind. Like Elwyn Forest, a portion of Elwyn Forest, maybe Goldshire, and then Stormwind. But for me to do that, I would have to probably like map out a decent section of probably all of this area, honestly, to be able to take that up. Because if you look at like, I don't have the world open for visitors, at least not currently. I might look into doing something for that though. I don't know why the dog just came in. I just don't have anything set up, and it's right now the world is set for allowing just me and 2 other guys to be able to come in and build. I was thinking about setting something up that would allow it to open up for visitors, but I'd have to set up something so that no one can like access or do things. So I have to figure out if I can set like a user permissions on the world. Because if I open access for other people, then I just have to make sure that, you know, everything doesn't get injured or affected. Just make it to where people can walk around and explore. But currently, I don't have anything really going on the primary island where is it? Where are the runes? The runes should be over here somewhere. I see Icther. I just saw the... Oh, there they are. So the runes are right here. There's really nothing over there currently. We didn't end up building around the rune area. But I've got, like, this... almost the entire Black Forest built in. I wish I could show on the map. I wish the map would update with, like, a top-down view of stuff that I built. I wonder if there's a mod for that. One map to rule them all. Synchronized map exploration? No. I'll have to look into it and see if there's a map mod for that to have it show. Because that would be interesting to be able to see on the map where the different structures and stuff are. But I think it would be cool, like you were suggesting, to be able to open the map up and let people come explore here. So I might do something with that soon. I just have to figure out. I know that there's a mod that'll allow like permission for people to be considered guests, so they can't break anything or access things, but they could just kind of go around and see things. Oh, you just started? Oh, yeah, you're in for a treat then. I thought I might go put a few things on the map just to be able to highlight the range of things here. So, if you're new to the game, then you wouldn't have experienced it yet, but the stuff that I'm doing here is not a requirement at all. The game does not require you to build to this degree. This is all... I enjoy the building aspect of this game. So I've killed almost everything in the game that there is to kill monster-wise and cleared all the biomes until 1.0 launches in 2 months. So for me, it's literally just about enjoying myself and building something big. All right. We're gonna label this south wall 8. Oh, how much time? I honestly could not even begin to figure out how much time it's been. Hundreds of hours, probably. It's probably been a couple hours a day for 2 months. Sometimes it's, 6 or 8 hours in a single sitting, and then sometimes it's only like 2 hours. So it's really hard to say just how much time it's taken to do all of this. I do wish that I had some sort of way to track, but can't think of any way to track it. Fun. You aren't taking the girls, right? Okay. So I was working on trying to decorate the wall, but I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, and so all I had done so far was just put a bunch of core wood. And I had actually run out of core wood previously and have core wood again, so I can probably try and finish decorating the wall. Oh, I would say that the generic inspiration was really just I started really enjoying building. So I've got a lot of hours in Valheim. I've been playing it on and off for 5 years, whatever, since it came out. Let me go to the portal really quick and I'll show you. I think that there's still stuff left in my first house, but I took away most of the stuff in that was like furnishing the house. Let's see. I want to go to their base. So this is actually not my first one that I'm about to show you. This will actually be my second base. So when I very first started in this world, not in Valheim, but in this world, my thought was I will build something small in the first place that I build, and then once I get to the Stone Age, I'll build something bigger, and that'll be that. And so this is the second place that I built, but I tore down 90% of it. So this structure here, this big circular structure, if you imagine that, another one here centered on me here, and another one centered right here on this. So I had these like 3 circular stone structures built up, and I put a bedroom at the top floor of this one over here. I ended up really not liking it because what I found myself doing essentially was I was building cosmetically and also functionally. So everything I built was me trying to make it look nice, and also at the same time, correct, this is still not small, but I was trying to build it looking nice and also functional at the same time, and so that created problems for me. So like The ground floor over here was where I had food out on a platter, and I had like a display room for armor and stuff. So I had a display section here, and then one floor above was portals, and then a floor above that was my bedroom. So if I came in on a portal, I'd have to go over here because I had my storage room down here. And then I had cooking and baking over here, and then I had a blacksmith section over here. And so I was running all over the place to do things because I was trying to not build secondary stuff. And this is just kind of as big as it got before I decided I wanted to move. Let me see if I still have a portal. I can get back there. My buddies, we started in the world. We built on the same island as the rune portals where you start. And so building can be complicated. I can show you a few tips. Just let me get over real quick. So we started on the first island, and I was like, I want to build, you know, over here near the ocean in this area. Why don't you guys, like, do you guys want to come build over here? So I started a little house, and then they started a little house, and we had a decent distance between us. But when they were building, they actually kept building closer and closer to me. So I just kind of like kept my place small, and I built like little hidden sections to like help build up the space. But it was an all wood building, and it looks like it's still standing. So it was an all wood building, and oh, that's new. I didn't see this. I haven't been here in a while. But this was the building I did as like my first house right here. So I had previously had cooking stuff in here, and then there was a wall here and a set of stairs that would come down, and I had like the blacksmith stuff out here, and then this was just like simple storage here, and then I had a bedroom here, and I tried to keep it all super simple and small. And then I built this out here as a pig house, and then I had a bonfire, but it looks like a lot of stuff has been destroyed out here. I know that they've been slowly building a new place themselves also. So my guess is that they are abandoning this territory. But this was their house. They kind of just built one big place and just kind of kept adding on as needed to be able to fill the space or get what they needed, and then they built a few extra buildings on top of it, on the outside of it. So I would say it all depends on what you want to do, cosmetically speaking. You got to figure out what you want it to look like, and then decide from there whether or not you want to build now or do the bare minimum now and then build later. And honestly, if I were to start over right now, I would probably build a all wood village just for the cosmetics, and then also build kind of the way that I have here with like just somewhat minimalist stuff. I'll show you my basement. My basement of my structure is where everything important is. I went to the wrong thing. So in my basement, I kept every important object in just the basement. Everything else is purely cosmetic, and I don't use it for building. I don't use it for cooking, crafting. I don't go to these places to do anything other than just like I want to be able to walk through a city and have it look lived in. So this basement here that I built, I know, too many portals. The basement here is where I do everything. So I've got boxes for food. I've got my ovens to bake in. I've got one of my food prep benches to cook from or to prepare food. The mead is for making potions, the mead kettle. The cauldron is for making the food. So I've got all of these here. And then I've got all of the different workbenches. So there's, blacksmithing, a regular workbench. Later on, you get the black forge, which is a different kind of bench. Sugar. Gotta shut off the TV if you're done with it. And then over here is all the smithing, the forges to smelt metals once you get to the point of metals. Another workbench that you get to way later. So and then over here is storage. So I've got all the other storage stuff here. This is just like all the excess stuff. So I kept potion stuff next to the potion making. I kept cooking stuff next to cooking. I kept ores and metals next to the blacksmith table and the smelters. So in the basement, I designed it to try and be as minimalist and compact as I could manage. And then everything else upstairs is the, fancy stuff. Down here, the little bit of cosmetics is just nothing in comparison to the stuff I've got going on, out there. In terms of building, I will give you a few tips for like things to consider when you're working on stuff here. Let me go over here where I'm kind of next to nothing. So the way that Valheim works is that Valheim cares about structural integrity to a point. It does let you get away with some things that might not make sense, but for the most part, it cares about structural integrity. So if you want to build, my suggestion is to use the earth to your advantage, because there is this cool thing. So if you look at when you build something, the object that is touching what the game considers foundation. The game considers any stones, any pre-built stuff in the world foundation. It also considers trees foundation. So these stones, this is a dungeon thing right here, right? So this is considered foundation. These stones here are foundation. This is copper ore. This is considered foundation. Any of these structures that are like earthbound are considered foundation. And when you run around with your hammer in hand and you're in build mode, if you mouse over something and it's blue, that means that it's touching earth, and it is the most secure that something can be in terms of its structural integrity. Now, if you build off of this thing, you can see that this one is going to be green. It takes a minute to update sometimes. So it's going to be green, and then it's going to be more green, and it's going to keep going until it starts turning yellow, and then orange, and then red. So we can only build so far. And like I said, especially for me, I've got so much stuff around that the game is going to have a hard time doing the math for this thing, because this is not, there we go, there's red. So you can see green, orange. There we go. These are going to fall because the game is updating. It's doing the math on this structure here. So those start falling. So I built too far out, right? And so this is where it's trying to determine what can and can't be supported based on the structural integrity of stuff. So this is red. I think this one's going to fall too. Oh no, there it goes. It's updating. See, so this one being green right here, that means it's just miscalculated. There it goes. So it's calculated everything. If I wasn't over here, it wouldn't have to worry about calculating all. Yeah, so that's why your house would be collapsing. So what you want to do is build a hoe. The leveling function of the hoe will get rid of all the grass around you. And what you want to do is just, with standing in one spot, use the left click and make a flat area where you want to build. From there, you can build directly on this structure if you want to, and you're good. Or, because these are all considered foundation, and then if you build walls, those would also be foundationally sound, because those would be touching the dirt as well. Now, if you wanted to do... yeah, so it's the Tinker86 on Discord, the same as it's spelled here on Twitch. So you could just add me and you can send me a screenshot and I could take a look. So if you wanted to do, some people like to do raised platforms like this to build their house like on stilts, so to speak. You can totally do that. The problem that you're going to run into is going to be that you're starting the structure up higher. And so now all of your structure is going to be based off of the integrity of whatever post you have touching the ground. So it definitely adds to the complication of what the build is doing if you want to go like that and go up. That said, if you have access to core wood, if you use core wood as your structural beam to start from, you see how core wood is really long, so it gets that foundation up higher. So now the first block, instead of the first beam from foundation being this low, now the first thing that it's calculating from is way up here. So as you build upward, it is more structurally sound as you go. There's also, if, do you already have a pickaxe and have gotten to that point? Oh, I see your request. Hold on. Okay, so if you've got a pickaxe, one thing you can do... Oh, perfect. Great. So one thing you can do is if you've got a pickaxe, you can dig down and you can dig a section out to be like a basement or a subfloor or a first floor. It really just depends on how you want to technically do it. So say, for example, you want to build a storage room as a basement because you are trying to like keep your house compact or something, right? So if you dig down, I've got a shovel mod, so I'm just going to use that real quick. So if you dig down, now when you build your walls are in the foundation, and you also have this dirt wall right here that you can go off of if you wanted to. One thing I like to do is flatten up against the edge when I'm digging down like this, and you can make a more structurally sound floor. And then also you can do something like this, like say you wanted to make if you wanted to make like a support beam in the roof, you see how it's like right now it's going to update and it's not going to be foundationally secure. See that? So it's green. So if you do the raise foundation function around the edge of your structure, whatever your basement structure is, as soon as this is touching dirt, it'll now... So getting it completely flat is tricky. The tips that I saw online, I don't know how to explain it. Do you ever play Minecraft before? Okay, so in Minecraft, every block is one full block, unless you're using slabs, but ignore slabs. Every block is one full block size. In this game, you have to imagine that every block can be up to one full block size or slightly bigger, because it uses, I think, what they call voxel. So let me go over here. I'm out of range of all of my stone. I have a mod that lets me craft from my containers, so I'm able to not have to have the stuff on me to be able to build with it. Okay, so trying to think of the best way to describe this. As far as I understand, every piece of dirt is 1 meter by 1 meter. Let me get stone because I keep going out of range of boxes. Every piece of dirt should be considered something like 1 meter by 1 meter, or maybe 2 meters by 2 meters. So what you can do when you do a flatten, if there's bumps in your flattened area, after you flatten everything, you hit those bumps with pickaxes and then you reflatten. If you have little holes, like little divots in the ground after flattening, then you would fill those with dirt and then reflatten. And the way that the flattening works is based on, if you don't hold shift, it's based on the terrain that you're standing on. It's trying to put everything you can reach at that level. So if I go over here and I start trying to flatten all of this, if I have, say, a big hillside like this and I try and flatten it too far, it's going to go as far down as like being a fraction of the block size that it is. But that means that there is a block underneath. So like the top block is only to like right here, and then the rest of this section is 1 block height. So here I can use the flattening tool and it'll bring the dirt up some, but it'll only bring it to the maximum height of that block below it that it's allowed to do. So if I then raise the terrain in this area like this, and it's still kind of bumpy, use the flattener again. So I've got this hole right here. If I use the raise terrain tool, see now it went supersized, right? But if I use the flattener again, I can flatten it back out, and I can see there's another little divot here. And again, this is put a little extra dirt in and then flatten it back out. And then looking at your pictures, my guess that your issue is just that you're building on stilts. Now, if you want the cosmetic look of stilts, you can keep it that way. But this is my recommendation, is say you're building on stilts, start with a tall piece of core wood. And if you're trying to like let the math do, you want things to stay even. So say, for example, you want it to be this tall. Okay, so we're going to do this. And we're going to hit Q to do the snap tools, right? So what we can do is we can get rid of this. 1 long log of core wood is 2 wall heights tall, right? So if you use the snap tool and snap it to the bottom corner, now you have this piece of foundationally touching core wood that's going up higher. So now if you want to raise this up, you could totally do this, right? And if you want to, you can snap to the top here. And again, now that this is touching foundation, it adds security to this. Another thing you can do that is a good trick. Let's say you want it to look like it's on stilts, but you don't necessarily care if it's on stilts visually, like across the entire structure. So let's say you're doing your floor. Go like this. So this is going to be, let's say that this is your interior, right? I'm blocking the section. So if this is your interior floor, one thing you can do that'll help, if you don't care about it looking like it's on stilts all that way, one thing you can do is build a wall, snapping to here, so that this wall touches dirt. Now I've added one foundation touching block, 2. So now this is much more secure than it was when it was spanning from here all the way across to, you know, wherever my other wall is over here. Does that make sense? Because now it's not having to rely on this foundation touch. Now it's got its own foundation touch underneath. So I've added extra security to the space. Another thing you can do is you can then bring the hoe back out and you can raise dirt up to touching this floor. So now this floor is 100% foundationally touching. And if you don't want that dirt to show, you can level it back out and you should be able to maintain the foundation touch. So you see how it's just barely touching. So now all 4 of these are foundationally touching and foundationally secure to this area. So if I wanted to build above this, I'm foundationally supported. So Valheim's got a lot of great tricks where blocks can like intersect with things. Say you wanted a fire in the house, but you can't put the campfire directly on wood. It wants to be touching stone or dirt. Now my fire is on wood, but it doesn't know that it's on wood, right? It only knows that I placed it on dirt. So the campfire only knows that it's on dirt because I placed it on dirt and then I put the other blocks there for it. It's still getting rained on enough. Oh, nope, actually, that one's getting smothered. When I put that stone there, or that block there, it got smothered. Really? Huh. Okay, so I don't know why that one's going out, because it's not being smothered anymore. Oh, maybe no, it's not smoke. Is it getting rained on somehow? Is the campfire not secure enough? Because previously, I definitely could have campfires by, like, just making a wall and a roof piece. Oh, there it goes. Interesting. I don't think I've ever had to deal with that like that before. So let's see. Yeah, there it goes. So now, yeah, it was the rain getting to it somehow. So now it's secure, and it's on wood, even though it's technically on earth. There's a lot of weird gimmicks that you can do with that. And then, like, when you want to, say you're using core wood beams, right? And you want to, like, oh, I need to put another piece of core wood here, but I don't want it to do... If you go based on ground height, you'll end up with different mismatching things. So a gimmick that you can do is putting a block in place temporarily as a snapping point. So now, instead of this random block height, I can snap to this structure here. So you can see how they are 2 different heights a little bit there, and they're not quite lined up. So now I've got a snap point, and I can get rid of that. So I snapped it. Even though you can't snap it to the middle, you could snap it like that. So there's a lot of interesting tricks you can do to help yourself get the shapes that you want. So that's probably what you're running into, is just structural integrity issues with being on a raised foundation like that. So I would say the best way to handle it is to go underneath and just give yourself some raised terrain until you gain structural integrity at various points. If you're, if you don't mind doing that, you know, if you're not worried about being on stilts. If you really want to be on stilts, then it would be a matter of probably using core wood as the primary thing so that you're being able to reach much further. I don't remember exactly how it goes, but like you can only go so high with core wood. And by high, I don't mean just vertical. I mean like from foundation. You can only build off of foundation so far. So like this is technically foundation, this rock. So if I built off of this, I'd only be able to let it float for so long. And it, you know, it's going to take time to update because I have a lot built here. But it'll update and it'll break, you know, whatever is too far away from foundation. So I would say that that's going to be your go-to, is just making sure you get the foundation the way you want. I would also suggest, if you're running into issues with things like roofs and whatnot, you can always water in this game. Rainwater, it doesn't care about the slope of a roof. Not really. So, for example, if you wanted to, build a roof like this, the rainwater doesn't care that this is how you're sloping. The rainwater technically only cares about the verticals. So I'm getting dry under here. You can see the wetness going away. So I'm getting dried off in this section because I'm under roofing. Even though this is too close to the edge. Even though rainwater, you know, in real life would care that I am, you know, doing this weird slope on the roof. In Valheim, the rainwater doesn't care. So when it comes to you doing your roof, you can always do it like this, or you can make it slope back into itself, and you don't have to worry about the rainwater gathering here because it doesn't care. Water doesn't work like that in this. So you can always make the roof come back down instead of having it go up and up and up and up. And then if you want to make it look nicer from the inside, you can always just add beams, even though they aren't technically adding to structural integrity. Yeah, it's probably that your roof is going too tall and it's going too far from, you know, what it's allowed to on structural integrity. On the bright side, though, with Valheim, you don't lose any materials when stuff falls apart. That's always great. You said you killed 2 bosses. Have you started building with stone or not yet? Not yet. Okay. So when you start building with stone, the game considers stone also a form of foundation. So like I've got these brick walls over here. If you're going to go to stone like this, stone is considered foundation for anything wood-based. So if you're gonna build, say, stone walls as the ground floor, every piece of wood that touches a stone piece is now considered foundationally secured, and it starts counting its integrity after that. So, for example, all of my buildings that I built in this whole city district, I did stone for the first floor and reaching up into the second floor, and then wood above that for the second floor. So part of the reason these buildings are so big is because I have the support of stone up to the second floor. So if you look at the structural integrity here, this roof is still green with its integrity count. And that's because the stone stops right there, right? So like it's got a lot of security for it that lets it get away with going up and up and up, instead of trying to build a really big building purely out of wood and you run into integrity issues, you know, like 6 blocks up. So once you start building with stone, you'll have a lot more security going for you. My suggestion, it's a little dark in your screenshots. I'm not sure what your floor plan is, but my suggestion is to use smaller room spaces and then do smaller roof sections based on those with that floor plan in mind. So if you wanted, one thing that some people do is they will flatten a whole area and then they'll use the sideways posts to plot out a floor plan. And so they'll kind of, you know, use it as like a guide for how to, you know, what they're going to build. Some people like to do that. I usually just kind of wing it with what I know. So like I'm able to kind of just put together what I want. But you can use those if you want to as like a way to test out. Like say you wanted a storage room, for example. You could test out without building all the walls and all the things. You could test out, is this enough space to do what I want? And you know, put your boxes in, and then you can get a feel for it and be like, oh yeah, this is enough space to be able to walk in and see the boxes and whatever else. Another super valuable tip is holding shift when you're trying to build with something so that you can control where it builds instead of snap points. See how this thing keeps trying to snap to all this different stuff? If I hold shift, I can control it and I can choose to make it this short on purpose so that it practically is intersecting with the boxes. And then alternatively, say that I wanted to make it so that the boxes are as tightly stacked as possible. So you get a flooring piece and you hit Q to get a snap corner. You see I'm using this particular corner. So now you hold shift and aim where you want it and then click. So now I can fit boxes in nice and tightly stacked vertically above one another. You can see that there's almost no space between the bottom row of chests, the slab that it's sitting on for the next row, so on and so forth. And you can fit, you know, a decent number of boxes in that space. Helps with the storage for sure. I would say don't try and do one big roof to cover everything. If you have a big room, like say, let's say that this is one wall of your room. Oop, I missed. Okay, and let's say you did a big room. Oop. And this is where the other wall lines up. Don't try and do a roof that spans all the way across that, because you're going to run into problems pretty quickly. So instead, what you can do is maybe put a core wood here at the midpoint between the two and put something like this, right? And then now you build 2 separate roofs that have their own peaks. Instead of trying to clear that distance, now you have 2 short roofs, you know, and just get them to meet up however you want. Yeah, I recommend doing smaller rooms and because stuff intersects the way that it does, it gives you an opportunity to, how do I describe it? Like, you can build in whatever wild way you want to. So like, let's say you wanted to do a first house. Let's start just straight up on the ground. Build a couple floor pieces. And you want to have a room. Let me get some extra lighting going. I can't see. Because you can always also just build onto stuff too, right? So like, let's say you started like this. And you got a window. And put in a door here. So this is your first room. Oop, get rid of this. All right, so this is your first room, right? That you might have built your very first hut or house-like thing. And you've got a window, and you don't got a whole lot else going for you, right? And you're like trying to figure out what else to do next. Well, one thing you can do is be like, well, I want a bedroom. So now I'm going to build on a bedroom. So let's say you already had this roofed in. The roofs don't have to connect. There's no rules that say that they do. You can do whatever you want with them. As long as stuff is covered, then you're good. So you did this for your first roof. And now you want to do a bedroom, right? So start building your bedroom. We're going to just ignore the tree, pretend it's not there. Say that this is going to be your bedroom. And go to here. Go that big. So let's say that now you've got your bedroom and now you're like, okay, how do I do a roof on this and have it make sense? Well, you could do whatever you want. You have the choice to either do a matching peak that goes the same direction, right? And you can have these two matching peaks, or you can go the other direction and you can have the roof go this way. And like I said, ignore the tree. But now you've got this weird intersection of like, this is going to end up taller than this section of roof, right? So even though it's going to be a little bit taller, you can still make it work in whatever way you want it to. You can have this roof piece run to here. You can put these pieces of wood up on the top like this. If you want this to fill in that gap, you can choose to do another roof piece here. But when you do this, like, it's not letting me snap to it because there's objects here already. So you can hold shift and just force it. But now you've got this roof sticking through on the interior and it's like, meh, right? So instead of doing that one, you can break both pieces out and do the inside corner piece. And you just have to find the right snap point. I'm going to use the top center. And then same thing on this side. Snap it to the top center. And now you've got a building with two rooms. And the roof is not, you know, terribly awkward. You can get rid of that piece actually. And now you've got two rooms. And if you want to add another room, you can always go off in another direction and add to it. If you want to, you can also put in, you know, stairs and put in a second floor. You can do whatever you want. And then when you, if and when you need to add extra security, this is foundationally touching this piece of core wood. It's touching there. So now the roof is even more secure. So really you can do whatever you want within, you know, some reason of what the game allows for structural integrity. And then you can also just keep it small until you get stone. And if you want to build with stone, you can go from there. Oh, hammer broke. Okay. I'm gonna go drop this stuff off. Yeah, there's a lot you can do with this game. There's a lot to be done. Valheim is pretty amazing. A lot of what I have going is built into the game, but the game does offer mods, and so there's a good portion of things that I've done that are only doable because I have mods. I highly recommend for a first-time playthrough, don't get any mods, just play and enjoy. And once you get more to a point of like, okay, I'm frustrated that I can't do this thing or whatever your build options are, then maybe start looking at mods. But I highly recommend getting to know the game first before looking for mods. There's a few mods that I think the game developers should just include the functions that are available by these mods. As an example, building. Normal building, you can only rotate objects with the mouse wheel in the one direction that they come in. They can spin horizontally around their axis point. And you can snap them to whatever with the various snap points. There's a mod that I have called Comfy Gizmo that lets me rotate things in any direction I want to because it gives me more access points to build with. So while it's not a game-breaking thing, it is super cool because it gives me more options, right? Because say, for example, I wanted to make a bridge and I want it to look like a wooden bridge. Well, I can't do that normally, right? Like not with walls. I could do stairs. I could do the thatched roofing if I want it to be a ramp. But there's not really, like I could do this. I could do a bunch of these stacked on beside one another to make a ramp. That's kind of annoying, right? Having to deal with that. So there's a lot of options given just by being able to rotate. That mod is called Comfy Gizmo. I have a list of mods that I think are things that should just exist in the game that currently don't. And I feel like most of them don't break the game and don't force you to avoid playing the game. Like there's some things that, like there's one mod I have, I think it does partially take away from the game if you were to use it this way. I have something called Carry Me Master. It's a mod that lets me pick up any of my tamed animals. See how big this Lox is? You haven't encountered a Lox yet, but you see how big it is? This mod lets me pick it up as if it was a little nothing. And I can carry it in my hand and I can go through a portal. So that's kind of ridiculous, right? So I feel like that mod kind of breaks the immersion of the game. Like it breaks the point of the game a little bit. But I got that mod because the island that I'm on here, there's no meadow. There's no meadow on this island. There's a terrible ocean here, or a kind of rivery ocean bit, sea maybe, but there's no meadow, which means that I couldn't have boars on my island. So I had boars back on my old base here. This is my old base. So I had boars here. I took the boars and I put them in a breeding area and I bred them until I had 20 boars. Then I used wall pieces to funnel them until they walked off the edge of a walkway and fell in my boat. So I took my big boat. My big boat. I got a big boat out here. So I used my big boat and I walked them off into the boat. And I had 20 boars lined up in this boat. This huge boat right here. I had 20 boars in it. Well, the second that I started moving, because the boar NPCs, something about the way that their hitboxes work and the way that they like their AI works, they started taking damage because of choppy water on the ocean. So they start getting hurt. I lost 15 boars before I even got away from the coast and made it out to the ocean. So I had 5 left. And then in the course of going across this span of ocean from here all the way across here until I got to this island. So I lost 15 of them before I even got to the ocean. And so I went ahead and kept boating along. I was down to 5. In the effort to transport them, they died. All but 2 died. And when I got here, 1 died and 1 ran overboard. So I ended up with 1 boar out in the ocean somewhere. So I'm like, I'm getting a mod to transport these boars because I want to bring them to this island, because that's not fair. Like, I tried to do the right thing and to transport them, you know, the right way, the way that the game intended for me to attempt to transport them. And just because it's not viable in the game, they all died. So I think the carry me mod, well, 5 made it here, but once I got to the bay, well, okay, 5 made it to the ocean. Over the distance of that ocean, 2 more died. I got to this part. I was right out here, right here in the ocean. And I was turning the boat and moving slowly, and 2 more died in the process, and then 1 went overboard. So I only had 1 boar, and it went overboard, and the other 2 died, so I had none left. So I went and got the mod, and yeah. But what else do I have? Later on, it's built into the game, but there's a thing called serving tray that lets you put food items out, like as a decoration, or like you could eat them from the table. So anything that's edible in the game, but it doesn't work for non-edible things like certain vegetables that you can't just eat directly, but it does work for edible things. So I've got all of this set out using the serving tray. So that's a built-in function. I found a mod that, similar to serving tray, lets you do weapons and armors placed out like this. Now there is item frames that is like this. These are built into the game, so you can put an item frame on the wall, and you can choose to put an item in it, like say I wanted to put my hammer in it. But the downside is that the frame is visible, which is not always bad, but sometimes cosmetically it's just kind of yuck, right? So like, imagine that those frames were here visible with those bows, or on the countertop where I'm trying to make the weapon look cool sitting on the countertop. So I got a mod that lets me place weapons and armors around. So like helmets, not supposed to be able to place them like this normally. They're only supposed to go on these kinds of armor stands. So I've definitely got some mods that let me change the game a bit in those kinds of aspects, but 99% of what I have is a cosmetic thing. Mod list. The terrain modifier, I've got a shovel that lets me just dig dirt a little bit easier instead of having to swing a pickaxe. Slight improvement. Player inventory, you can see my inventory is different than the standard inventory. I've got a character frame like an MMO. It lets me take items out of my bag and put them in item slots, so that it is essentially giving me more item space. I think that this is a cool feature that should just exist in the base game. It also gives you a second row of hotkeys. So you can see here I've got a whole second row of hotkeys up there. What else? Wear and tear. You've noticed probably that wood out in the environment that doesn't have a roof over it. If it doesn't have a roof over it, it takes weather damage. I just think that weather damage is ugly. I don't think that it hurts anything because, like, I'm not constantly getting attacked by monsters. I would repair stuff anyways. It's tedious in my opinion to have to repair stuff just because it looks ugly when it's weather damaged. There's only certain times that I would want things to be weather damaged, and I'd rather have control over that if possible, but whatever. Build restriction tweaks. I wanted to use these wisp torches that you get later on. I wanted to use these as lighting, but it wouldn't let me build them upside down. So I had to get a mod that let me go around that. I don't think that's game breaking. So like, I feel like that's okay. Okay. This mod is called Chest Snap. Makes it to where if I'm building chests, I can snap them to certain positions and snap them together also, so that they're nice and tightly compact. Well, those don't have any security to them, but can snap them to various points. I think it's super useful. Not a game breaker. Craft from containers feels a little dirty sometimes, but I enjoy building more than anything, and I was wasting literal hours going. So I don't know if you've had one of these yet, a wagon. They're okay, but once the wagon is too heavy and you try and walk, you're like struggle walking with it, right? And you can't take it up a hill. You just because you're straining because it's too heavy. That kind of sucks because that defeats the purpose of having a wagon. So I basically never use the wagon. And what I do is I take, what I would do before I had this craft from container mod. Say, for example, I wanted to take a bunch of stone somewhere to build with. I'd take a full inventory of stone, and you see how heavy I am and how slow I'm moving when I'm walking, right? Just struggle bussing. So I would walk like this as far as I could. And then once my stamina bar is fully depleted, I drop enough items that I let my stamina regen. Then I pick up the items and I walk again. And I did this for... I literally did this up until 2 weeks ago. So I did like 2 months of building in this fashion of go get materials, bring materials where I need them, then build. And I would have to... say, for example, when I built this mage tower here. When I built this mage tower, I had a bunch of boxes here stacked up with resources so that I could run downstairs, grab what I needed, run back upstairs with the heavy weight of whatever I needed, and then rinse and repeat. And I would do this over and over again. So like when I was building up here and I needed wood and tar to build the roof and all of the other stuff, it added up quick on the time. And then like when I started building out here, I'd have to walk all this way, fill up some boxes, and then rinse and repeat. So all of that walking, I realized it would take me about 5 minutes to do a round trip of going from here to my basement, because I would go here, I'd go underground. I got my little secret entrance here. I'd go underground, I'd go grab the materials, go this way, grab the materials that I need, and then go back. But now I'm struggle walking because I'm too heavy. So I'd get as far as I could, and then I would drop everything, walk again, It would take me 5 minutes to do a round trip for one full inventory of stone or wood. It was a huge waste of time. So I got the craft from container mod, and now I can craft from 100 meters away from my storage, and it's amazing. So now I've got boxes of materials out there, but I can build at huge ranges. Item stand all makes it to where I can put anything in an item stand. There are certain objects, like in my mage tower up here. I'll show you. By default, maybe not in the mage tower. Oh, yeah, here. These items here, this blood clot, this giant bone, bear paws, by default, those items don't fit in item stands for whatever reason. Mass farming. The game does have one way for you to AoE harvest crops that you've been planting, but there's no way for you to AoE planting. In my opinion, that should be a built-in function of the game, even if it comes like later on, once you're, further in the game. Like, because in my opinion, the game should always, as you progress, should make things take less time to do, less of your real life time to do, and less tedious to do. So in my opinion, when you first start farming, yeah, 100%, you should have to farm and plop things individually. But as you go on, your farm tool should offer you an AoE farm function to plant things in an AoE format. So this mod that I have is for AoE planting, and you can see all those. I can't plant them because there's stuff here, but it gives me the option to AoE plant with this mass farm mod. And I feel like that's something that should exist in the base game. Mistward is for the Mistlands. You're not there yet, so I won't spoil anything for you there. Plant everything. I feel like this should, again, be something that as you go on in the game, you're able to do. It gives me the option to plant all these different types of fauna, the indigenous plants, that you normally don't have access to. Normally, so say you're in, let's say you're in the Black Forest, and you clear cut all of the area around you so that you can then build what you want to build, right? That means that these trees disappear for forever. You can never replant these dead firs like this. Oh, actually, I don't want that one there. You can never replant those dead firs. You can never replant these bushes. You can never replant any of these bushes. It's just such a useful tool for decor that it's insane that it's not an option in the game, in my opinion. I think that it should be an option. Sorry, I'm getting the ground shaking. I don't want them to break the walls. Yeah. I mean, everything can still kill you because your character's toughness is still, relatively weak. But the armor that I have makes me more durable, and then the weapons that I have do a ton more damage. But also my weapon skill has gone up quite a bit over time. So your weapon skill increases the damage you do. Oh, my body is aching. Yeah, so plant everything. I feel like that's a bunch of features that should be available. One thing that Plant Everything does that I feel like should exist in the base game, 100%, but I also understand why it doesn't, is that Plant Everything gives me the option to plant berry bushes. It consumes 5 berries to plant a bush. Same for blueberries, but same for every forageable material. Mushrooms, dandelions, stuff from other biomes that are forage, things that you would consider foraging, you know, for those materials, the stuff that you can only get out in those biomes. So 100%, I think that those should exist in the base game, the ability to do that. But I also understand why they don't. And I think that there should be a balance to get them in the game while not making it too easy. I think the new update's going to be amazing. I only watched the trailer once, but I saw that they are going to give you a grappling hook. There's new rideable characters or new rideable creatures. Presumably, there's going to be a new set of armor and a new set of magic armor. They're adding drawbridges, which is a movable piece of structure, which to me implies that they might offer some other options for things. I would hope that they would also offer just a bunch of other cosmetic things too. Would hope, but we'll see. Another one I got is called Snappy Signs. Snappy Signs is a way for you to have the signs that you can make that you can just, you know, have them give snap points now so that they can snap to things. And then Tar Collector is a thing that does not exist in Valheim at all. It's a placeable tar collector. When you get to the plains, you'll see this, but there's these tar pits, and tar pits are the only way that you can get tar, and it's not a replenishable resource. Like wood, you get seeds, you replant, you replenish. A lot of monsters, you can kill them to get drops to replenish for infinitely, right? The tar monsters only drop like 1 or 2 tar at a time, and then the tar pits themselves can give you stacks of tar, but these roofs only come from having tar. So it's really, really annoying that like I cleared a ton of plains biomes and did not get, like, it was a struggle. If your friend is hosting it, you cannot access it while he is offline unless he leaves the game open on his computer. The other option would be to do what I have as a dedicated server. I haven't set one up on a Windows computer. Maybe ever. Okay. I have done dedicated servers for Minecraft and Counter-Strike and some other games in the past. I've done those on Windows computers. Fairly simple, fairly straightforward, is what it is. You run a dedicated server software and you just let it run in the background. Valheim, I believe, has a similar option available to it where you can get a dedicated server file to run a dedicated server off of one computer. But if you're going to play on the same computer that you're hosting a dedicated server on, it can get complicated quick because your computer is now trying to like access that world and run the game 2 times. So it can add up to being complicated and difficult. So in general, no, there's no way for you to access the game unless he sets up a dedicated server for it. There are options out there. There are places that you can rent servers from. So I don't know which ones. There might be some other streamers that have connections or a discount code or something for a place to rent a dedicated server from. I know that there are services online. If you were to Google Valheim dedicated server, you might be able to find one. I have no idea how much they cost. The last time I did a Minecraft server, years and years and years ago, it was like $7 a month or something to host a dedicated server through their stuff. It wasn't amazing, but it was good enough. If your friend has an extra computer, or if you or someone you know has an extra computer, then you might be good to go that way. I have considered, because I've had a number of people that have had interest in, jumping in and seeing what I've got going. Like you were talking about wanting to, come look around. I have considered hosting like a community server where I would have to figure out the options to make it where people are not interfering with one another. I don't want people interfering with one another, but I would also have to find the appropriate combination of mods to use to make something work well and not mess with stuff. One thing that because there are a ton of big servers out there that I've never accessed a server that I wasn't hosting myself. But there are some big servers out there, and they use a series of mods as a way to, help mitigate and control things. So like, for example, you've done the Black Forest, so you've collected copper and tin, and you've also killed the Elder at this point, the second boss. So there is a mod that essentially what it does is it offers you access points, and I'm not sure where they go. I'm not sure if it's something that you access near a rune, near the runes or what, but essentially once you kill the Black Forest boss, you would be given a key that would give you access to a mining area that is inside of an instance. It's like the dungeons in the Black Forest. This would be a mining dungeon, and it would be a respawnable feature essentially. And I believe you can make them player based so that they would be unique to the player. So for example, you could walk in and you'd go into your own version of the mining instance, and then I walk in and I would go into my own version, but I'd only have access to whatever I've killed. So if I've only killed stuff like the Elder boss, I'd only have access to the copper farming section. It makes it to where you don't have to explore and destroy the world to get resources, and you don't have to clear a million swamp crypts when you get to the swamps. So that way, if you and 12 other people are in the same Black Forest, the limited number of copper doesn't become an issue because everyone would have access to their own copper nodes. So I have considered something like that, but I'd have to look into a lot of those kinds of things first before trying to commit to something. But the biggest thing would be ensuring that no one person is able to interfere or alter anyone else's anything. That'd be my biggest concern, because I wouldn't want to have to spend the time to manage that kind of stuff. I would want it to be built-in functions that block people from doing stuff. Well, thankfully and sadly, my time in service was pretty limited. I didn't know it back then, but I have a deformity in my feet called pes cavus deformity, which essentially causes me to have extremely high arches. I did not know it then, and I found out probably like a year into service that I had this deformity, like actually diagnosed with the deformity in my feet. My time in service lasted 14 and a half months. I was in basic training, doing my thing, and basic training is about 10 weeks. We had 1 week of like in processing, 10 weeks of training, and then a few days of out processing. So it ends up being like 11 and a half weeks in total. So I get there, we're doing the basics of getting all of our stuff and going through the in processing, and then we start doing the PT exercise, physical training, running, hiking, marching, the drills. We start doing all of that stuff, weapon training, whatever. But my feet are killing me. Like, I was a little fluffy back then, but I was not overweight. I was 222 pounds when I enlisted, and I was 23 years old. So 17 years ago. And I was not overweight enough that it should have caused any added stress to my body because I was 222 pounds. Based on body mass indexing, I was at most like 12 pounds overweight, but I was in pretty decent shape, but I got in so much better shape once I was there. About, I'd say, a month into wearing boots, so I've been there for 6 weeks, and my feet are just aching all day, every day, and it is becoming a struggle. Like walking uphill, downhill, all the marching, it is putting a lot of strain on my feet and my body and my brain, because like it was bad enough that I was hiding tears because I didn't want to look weak. So I was hiding tears while we're marching because it was a struggle. Like it was just painful to be walking, to be on my feet. And so I signed up for sick call one day. That's the generic, like if there's something wrong with you, like you pulled a muscle, or you hurt your back, you tweak something, you're actually sick with a cold or a fever, whatever. If you have something wrong with you, you do sick call, and then you go get checked out and carry on from there. So I went and got checked out, and I was like, hey, my feet hurt all day, every day. It's bad. I don't know what to do. He's like, well, ibuprofen, try stretching and resting. And he looked at my feet, and he's like, oh, you have ballet feet. And I'm like, what? He goes, when you have extremely high arches, we call them ballet feet. So you're going to have problems with boots and marching. You're going to have to just try and tough through, and hopefully the exercises can help, reduce the strain and the stress on your feet. And it's like, okay, like this is all news to me. I've never heard in my entire life anyone ever talk about ballet feet. I played semi-pro paintball. I played basketball my entire childhood. I have never had anything wrong with my feet in my entire life. So this is all news to me in a pretty big way, that anything is going on with my body. Like, this is weird. So I try all the things. None of it's really working. And the entire time that we're in basic, they keep, it's all up in the air. So essentially they drill into us the entire time we're in basic training, like, whatever you do, don't wash out. If you're hurt or sick, if you can put it off, put it off. Like, whatever you do, don't wash out. If you have to wash out of training, you're going to get stuck in what's called holdover, and you're going to have to go, recover from whatever your issues are. And then once you've recovered, then and only then will you be allowed to continue training. And you might end up with a different unit to train with. And so it's like, okay, don't wash out. So push, get through, deal with the pain. We graduate basic training. We go to our job training. My first week at my job training, I am like, hey, my feet have been aching for a while. I'd like to go talk to somebody. And they're like, okay, you sign up for the sick call to go see a specialist, whatever. They send me to a podiatrist on day one, and I go see the podiatrist, and he's like, are you trying to get out of the Army? I'm like, no. I had a computer business that I closed in order to enlist. I I like left everything behind to enlist. I had plenty of stuff going for me at the time. And so I talked to him, and he's like, okay, well, we might not be able to fix this. This might just be what it is. Like, this kind of looks like they messed up when they didn't catch your feet as a problem in the medical in processing when you are getting checked out medically before you enlist in the service or as you're trying to enlist. So he's basically explaining, like, you're going to be lucky if you get to stay in at this point. And it's like, well, shit. Like, I literally shut down my computer business. I sold the rights to my clients to a guy. Like, I gave up a lot to come here. I was not intending on this being a, less than a year thing. And so, fast forward like 6 months, I've completed job training and I'm waiting to hear back from specialists on like what we can do. And I'm supposed to be leaving in a month to go to my next training station, which would have been Special Forces. But I was unlikely to be physically fit for Special Forces because I was on, this limited duty system for my feet being jacked up. So those orders get pulled. I don't get to leave. I get stuck there for another couple months and get told basically like, your choices are to go live the rest of your service, your 4-year contract, so another, at that point, 3 years, give or take. You can go live your 3 years in a holdover duty station where you will basically do nothing but go to your doctor's appointments and clean. Like, you'll do nothing for the rest of your service if you want to go be in a holdover station. Or you can get a med board and leave. What they call a med board is when a medical board evaluates your readiness, your physical capable readiness to continue participating in service. He's like, so you can go get a med board and get processed out of the military, or you can do nothing for the next 4 years, basically, while you wait for your contract to end. I'm like, okay, well, let's sign me up for a med board then, because I didn't enlist so that I could sit here and do nothing. And if I'm going to be stuck doing nothing, I'd rather be a civilian doing nothing than, be a service member literally doing nothing and having to conform to all the rules and not get to do anything. So that super long story short, I got processed out and then started doing VA medical treatments. Since then, trying to improve the long-term chronic pain that I had been dealing with since all of this started. Some of the stuff with my feet seems permanent. I just found out recently that I have an impingement in my hip that is something that just randomly and naturally occurred. It's something that happens to whatever percentage of people, I don't know. I don't know the percentages for who it happens to, but it happened to me. And so this impingement in my hip means that I've got extra bone growth. I don't know if you know what the hip joint looks like on the inside, but like, you've got this open socket and then you've got the head of the femur. And so it's got this gap so that it can swivel, right? And so the classic bone, right, is skinny with a big knob on top. Like, that's what the femur bone is, the classic bone shape. So I didn't know this until literally this last year, but I've got an impingement. I'll show you here. I've got if you don't mind, an X-ray. So a graphical warning. It's just an X-ray. It's nothing crazy. There. Main monitor there. So this is an X-ray of my hip on the left. And then this is a normal hip on the right. So you can see here on the right, this empty gap here. When this guy bends, this bony point here would go into this empty gap. So when you take your leg and you lift it outward away from you or forward in front of you, so like if you're in a sitting position or if you like bend to the side, whatever, if your leg is going sideways or forward, you need that gap in the femur bone for the socket to fit together the right way. And if you look at mine, I've got all of this bony growth here. So if you look at this, I drew an example of what it's supposed to look like. So that line is what the surgeon is going to carve out in 2 months. In 8 weeks, I get to have surgery on this, and he's going to go in and he's going to carve away all of this excess bone. It's hard to explain, but the best way I can explain... let me see if I can find something quick. Trying to see if there's like an if there's like a graphical animation of what a hip impingement looks like. Because essentially what happens is when my body is trying to do a normal sitting position or this one kind of shows. So if you look here on this video that I pulled up here, when you've got that bone there, that happens, right? So this extra bony growth on here causes this collision between the hip and the rest. But at the same time that it's causing that collision, it's causing the rest of this part of the femur to like bulge outward. I don't know if it shows it, but it causes stress around the whole thing, essentially. So it ends up causing like sciatic issues with the sciatic nerve. Trying to see if there's one that shows how it affects soft tissue. This one's funny. So if you watch here, when it bends, you see where it's got this impingement on it, right? So we're gonna show what happens when it bends. And bend, boom. So that's trying to represent where the pain issues are. It's one of those things that like it's painful, but it's weird because it's kind of like it's not like hitting your funny bone. You know how you hit your funny bone and there's like that immediate sensation of like, oh, I just hit that thing. So it's not like that. It's like I'm sitting right now. And so while I'm sitting, my hip joint is shaped like this, right? So like my spine, my hip joint, and then my leg, my femur bone coming off the front way. So that bony growth is pushed up against this. But while it pushes against this, it also forces my femur bone to go downward because it's pushing away because of this bony growth. So it's pushing downward and that pushes into soft tissue. So I didn't know that this was the cause of what's been happening in my sciatic nerve area and also my thighs. But it basically ends up causing all of this soft tissue stress and pain. I also found out recently with doing some research on it that this type of impingement condition can cause plantar fasciitis. And plantar fasciitis was the condition that I got discharged from the military due to when my, I don't know if you've ever heard of plantar fasciitis before, but essentially it's like soft tissue in the underneath of your foot starts to rip and tear and can't hold its weight anymore, basically. Can't hold the weight of your body anymore. So it causes pain in the soft tissue and the underneath of your foot. So that was where all the pain was coming from with the deformity in my feet. And so turns out that the hip condition I have is a potential added cause to the plantar fasciitis. From what I've read, because of that extra bone on the femur, that extra bony growth, when I walk and sit in certain movements, it's causing strain and stress to certain tendons and ligaments up around my hip area and underneath my butt, in my thigh. And when it causes strain and stress on those, it can often cause pulling and strain and stress in other parts of my body, which add up to eventually reaching like my feet. So, yeah. Like I'm perfectly capable of walking. I can with plantar fasciitis, it feels do you remember I don't remember what the other term is, but back when I was young, I'm 40. So when I was young and in middle school or something, they used to call them Indian burns, where you would grab someone's arm and twist, the skin in two different directions, and you'd get that burn sensation, kind of the same like a rug burn. So that kind of thing. Or like if you've ever reached for something and felt like a pulling, burning sensation in your ribs, where it feels like you just pulled tissue apart or something, that's what plantar fasciitis feels like all the time. So when you have plantar fasciitis, you wake up in the morning, you put your feet on the floor, and it feels like the soft tissue in your feet is being ripped apart. It feels like that kind of stretching. So you start like limping and like taking the weight off and trying to take the stress off of it. And eventually, over the morning, your body will get used to it. Within a few minutes, your body will get used to it. It'll still be painful, but it won't be as painful, and you can get through the day. Ibuprofen, Tylenol, whatever, depends on how severe your plantar fasciitis is. But the plantar fasciitis tissue issue, it doesn't make it to where you can't walk, but it makes it to where you really don't want to, because it's painful. It's just a lot of extra pain in the underneath of the foot, because that soft tissue feels like it's ripping, and sometimes it does rip and tear. Okay, so you're a bit of a youngster compared to me, but yeah, so plantar fasciitis is not fun. The general remedy for plantar fasciitis is getting the proper arch support in your shoes, so that essentially what you want is there to be something under the arch of your foot every time you step, so that the arch of your foot the arch of your foot is shaped like this, right? Kind of. And if you don't have any support, it does this. And when it does this, there's a tendon that connects at your heel up to the front of your foot here, right? In this point. So from heel to toe, there's a tendon, like a rubber band. And if your foot flattens out like this, you're overstretching that rubber band. And that's what's causing all of the pain, is that super stretching. So if you put something in your shoe, like an orthopedic support in your shoe, now every time you step, you've got this support here. So now you're not getting this outward stretch every time. Now you're getting this little soft stretch, just a little bit. So the general cure for plantar fasciitis is to have proper foot support and preventative measure. This is not something that happened when I was in the military. I didn't have the proper support, but it is also possible, and we'll find out after I get surgery, but it is also possible that this issue with my hip was a contributor to this issue with the plantar fascia. So like realistically, plantar fasciitis hasn't been much of an issue for me in years at this point. It's been a non-issue now for a while, but it was a problem for a very long time, and then pain started to shift into other parts of my body, into my feet and ankles and up my legs, and then I think because there's no way to know for sure because there's still problems, but I think when I recently went back to the doctor about like 2 years ago, I started going to the doctor again to try and seek some more help. I think that when he got me these new insoles that I'm wearing now, I think that helped my feet to a large enough degree that the pain subsided in my feet, which gave an opportunity for my hip to start signaling that I was in pain. And I didn't know that my hips were causing pain to my thighs and, the sciatic nerve and these other, related issues related to my hip thing. The human body's weird. And essentially, it is difficult, not impossible, but it's difficult for your body to sense pain in multiple parts of your body at the same time. It's not that it can't do it, but that it is difficult. So, even distraction tactics can work when it comes to pain signals. So, like, some people can occupy themselves with hobbies or interest activities as a way to distract from chronic pain. Some people can't. The pain is too severe. But generally speaking, when someone is hurt on one part of their body, that will be it's essentially whatever's loudest, whatever is the most pain is the part that your body can sense is hurt, and it might not sense the other parts. So, like, let's say you get into a car accident and you break your leg, but you also pull a muscle in your back. You might not notice that your back is hurting at all. You might strain your neck and you don't notice that your neck is hurting because the broken leg is extremely painful. The broken leg is supposed to be, one of those super extremely painful situations. So yeah, with the body not really being capable of processing multiple points of pain at the same time, not great. It's not great at it. It can tell when multiple things hurt, but if one thing is too loud, what is most comfortable? Well, since I got these shoes, sitting has become less comfortable for me, and I didn't know that my hip impingement was a part of. I didn't know that I had a hip impingement, and then I didn't know that this was a part of it. But sitting can cause pain for me, so I'd say the most comfortable thing is probably laying down, but I would go crazy if I was like trying to lay down all day. I could probably do sitting up in bed, but still not incredibly comfortable. My wife bought a bunch of fireworks. Bunch of fireworks. She bought a bunch of fireworks. Yeah, comfortability wise. So when me and my wife go on vacation, we will usually spend at least half of one day, like if we go on a weekend or something, we'll usually spend half of one day kind of just hanging out in bed, watching shows. I might have my laptop in bed to, edit videos or play a game or something, anything, whatever. Or we're just scrolling the internet, watching TV, and just kind of chilling. I'm 40. I've got 3 kids. Life can just be exhausting. So I have noticed that those days that I spend several hours laying in bed hanging out with her, that I'm in a lot less pain than days that I'm up and about on my feet doing stuff, sitting at my desk for extended time periods. Like today, just, now I've been sitting here for 4.5 hours, and there's a sciatic nerve that goes like underneath your left butt cheek. And so it kind of feels like a Charlie horse under my butt cheek. Yes, my kids are younger than you. I've got let's see. One of them is about to turn 8. One of them is going to turn 6 in October, and the other one's going to be 13 in October. Yeah, so it feels like, or like when somebody gives you a dead leg, like they hit you and give you a dead leg. That kind of sensation is under my butt cheek, my left butt cheek right now, and it's been that way basically since I sat down. And the only thing that's going to make it better is not sitting down. But over the almost 20 years of pain issues, I have found that distraction is amazing for pain management. If I'm playing video games, Valheim is not as good at it, but if I'm playing video games, I can be so distracted that I actually forget about any pain at the time. Valheim's not as good as like Escape from Tarkov or other first-person shooters that like cause more adrenaline. But it can still be distracting. So it helps. It's the difficult thing though of like, if I go sit somewhere more comfortable, then I'm not distracted. But if I sit at my desk, then I'm, potentially making it hurt worse. So I was just trying to find a balance between the two. Yeah, I really might end up building Stormwind. Oh, really? There is a... Let me check. I have, There's no mods. It's just the auto mod from Stream Elements. I think the only thing I have it set up for is messages that are extremely long or spammy. Let me just look real quick. No, I think I have mod stuff off, unless I don't think Nightbot is still connected. Not Stream Elements. because I don't have anything turned on for that. Let me check if Nightbot is still active, but I don't even think he's in chat anymore. Yeah, Nightbot's not even connected, so maybe it's just a built-in Twitch function. Oh, that is, not really your decision. That's not fun if that's not your decision. I mean, I think just communication. Figure out how to communicate. The complicated one, but I think everything ends up coming back to communication. If you can't figure out how to express yourself, then it's just going to end up turning into, you know, random arguments, misunderstandings, that kind of thing. So I think it all comes back to communication. Check the mod settings and see. Non-mod chat delay, chat rules. Trying to check the mod rules to see if it's got something set up for filtering long messages. That's verification settings, automon message filtering. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything right now for long messages. Interesting, I'm not sure. Relatives get you married instead. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what was blocking it. I mean, that does not sound like a fun time. Oh, thank you for sending me a screenshot of the Automod thing. I think it's probably part of the Automod AI thing where it's trying to verify whether or not the content should be allowed, and then goes from there on, you know, whether it permits it or not. It could have been that it was trying to understand what was being said in the Automod AI tool. I mean, that sounds like a rough situation. I don't know that there's any advice that I could even give that would be relevant, you know, just because it's not the same. Um, I I got lucky and picked my person that ended up being a great person. She can hear me talking about her now. So yeah, not exactly the same situations. I don't know. I would say it's just, you know, if that is something that you end up having to do, I would say that the key would just be, you know, figuring out how to communicate with one another. Okay. I think this is going to be it for today, though, because I need to go spend some time working on. I'm building a shed on the side of the house to put like seasonal decorations and tools and whatnot away. So I need to go spend some time on that. Before it gets too late, because, you know, gotta make dinner in a couple hours. Able to finish that walkway. I think tomorrow I might try and start building that prison. I was gonna do a prison next to the crypt over there, and then make the crypt part of it like a dungeon space inside the prison. Then the only other thing that I have left to build, gonna go outside the wall. I just don't know. I think I might put it up on the hill, but it's gonna be like a military base, a training base kind of thing. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's a big step. But also, you're young. You've got time before, you know, having to do anything one way or another. All right. I am definitely going to call it quits there. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. I appreciate it. And I will look into seeing if there's a way for me to like give guest access for people to be able to come and walk around and whatnot. But there's so many items in my base that it might be hard to let people wander around, because if you can't see the FPS on my screen, but my FPS is down to 25 here, and if I go back over to like near the ruins, my old base area, my FPS goes up to like 200. So when I don't have all of this stuff trying to load, my FPS is doing a lot better. So we'll see. Possibly. And possibly community server. I could probably put something together for that. We'll see. Yeah, it goes from 200 to 25 FPS, because it is struggle bus in here because I have so many items. Oh, hey, Moxie. I did finish the bank. I was about to hop off, but I will show you the bank real quick. Use the camera mode. So I ended up giving the bank the black tar roof just because I thought it would look better for the bank. Did this for the exterior, and then for the interior, made it all barred windows and whatnot. And then if you were to open the door, you'd find all of this stuff inside the vault area. And I put stone above it just to help it feel more secure. And then I named it the Greedy Goblin. For now. We'll see if I come up with a better name, but I doubt it. But I was able to finish this exterior wall, so at least now this whole district is walled in. The only thing left to build is the prison and the military base. And then the last thing on my entire list of stuff to build in this entire area is going to be just a house for myself up on the top of the hill. And I might even make it to where it's only accessible by portal. Instead of doing, because I was thinking about doing stairs up, but I might just make it to where you can only get up there with portal. So like build something to get up there, plop a portal, and then break away whatever I use to get up there. And then I keep thinking that I might end up trying to recreate Stormwind from World of Warcraft. But I'd have to go probably back over to the starter island because it's got massive meadows and black forest, and I would have to build in those kinds of areas for it to be somewhat secure. I think the issue I might run into with Stormwind is it's got canals in it, and I don't know if I could get away with canals and the terrain, because I can only modify the terrain in Valheim so much, but we'll see. Maybe. I also don't have access to a copy of Stormwind right now because I turned off my World of Warcraft account. So, I don't know. We'll see. But I'm going to take off. I got to go work on the side of the house and build that shed. So I'm going to go work on that, and then I'll be back tomorrow probably. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And yeah, you should probably get some sleep if it's midnight.